Hello guys, welcome to my HTML tutorial. In this tutorial you're going to learn how to create a web page. You're going to learn how to manipulate text, how to insert images, how to use links, how to create tables, and how to create forms in HTML. Now let's start with what is HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Well, now, why do you want to learn HTML? We want to learn HTML so that you can be able to create web pages. If you want to become a web designer, you need to learn HTML. And if you want to learn other web technologies like PHP, JavaScript, you need to start with HTML. So that is why you need to learn HTML. So to code in HTML, you need two things. The first, you need a browser. Now we have many kinds of browser. So we have Mozilla Firefox, we have Google Chrome, we have Microsoft Edge. But the industry recommend Google Chrome. So if you don't have Google Chrome installed on your system, just go to Google and type Google Chrome download. So if you type Google Chrome download, it's going to take you to a website that will allow you to download and install Google Chrome. So if you go to google.com/chrome or just go through your Google, you're going to see I have it in my system already, so I'm not going to download it. So once you have it downloaded and installed, the next thing you need is Visual Studio Code. You need a text editor. Now to download your text editor, you can go to your to google.com as well. Go to google.com and type VS Code. You type VS Code download, and you're going to click on the link link that will allow you, that will take you to code.visualstudio.com. Now if you are using Windows operating system, you can download this. If you are using Mac, you can download this. Alright, so these basically are the two applications or software that you need to write in HTML. So the first, you need a browser. A browser will allow your HTML document to be visible online. That is the function of a browser. While you to create your HTML document, you need Visual Studio Code, and that is why you are going to download this. So those are the two software. So once you get these two software downloaded on your system, like as you can see right here, I have my Visual Studio Code here. It's also pinned to my taskbar. So you just click on it. Once you click on it, you have access to your Visual Studio Code. So but before we create our first HTML document, I also want to let you know, because in writing your HTML or in writing any other web application, you might get stuck and you need help. So where to get help and resources? So if you need help, you can always go to Google. So go to google.com and type your question. For example, if I need an entity, if I need HTML entity for copyright, HTML entity for copyright sign. Once I type that on Google, Google is going to give me suggestions of what I can, as you can see here. So I can just copy this and put this in my code, and continue. So if you get stuck and you need to ask for help, you can come to Google. Now you can also go to Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow. You can go to Stack Overflow. If I click on Stack Overflow and you go to the website, so you can also post your question here and you get help. As you can see, every game developer has a tab open to Stack Overflow. You have find the best answer to your technical question, help others answer their questions. So you have a lot of programmers here. You have beginners, intermediate, and advanced programmers that will help you with all of your questions. So if you get stuck and you need help, you can use Google or Stack Overflow. Now lastly, in this part, before we move into creating our first HTML document or our first web page, I want you to download Google Chrome, and also I want you to download Visual Studio on your system. So this is the activity that I want you to do first. So I want you to pause the video and download Google Chrome if you don't have Google Chrome on your system, and also you can download Visual Studio Code if you don't have it on your system. So after downloading these two, then you are ready for the next lesson. To start writing your HTML document and create your first web page, the first thing you need to do is to create a folder on your system. So I'm going to create a root folder on my desktop where I will put all of my files. So I'm going to label this folder my website. You can give it any name, and the folder could also be in any location. So the folder could be in your documents or your download or your picture or any part of but the folder should be within your system. Now this folder is your root folder. It's going to contain all of your file that you are going to use for the web page or the website, your images file, your index.html file, and your CSS file. Every file needed in the website will be right in this folder, because any file outside this particular folder is not going to show on your web page. So now, after creating your folder, the next step is to click on your Visual Studio Code to launch it or to open it. So now you're going to see Get Started, so you can close this, you don't need it. Now this button is very important, Explorer button, then also extension. We'll come to extension later in the lesson. So if you click on the Explorer button, so the Explorer button will allow you to create to open the folder that you've created. So we're going to click on Open Folder. If you click on Open Folder, you go to the location where the folder is saved. In my case, I save it on the desktop, so I'll click on desktop. If you save on document, you click on document. So I'm going to click on desktop and try to locate. This is the folder right here, my website. So I'm going to click select, and the folder is going to open within Visual Studio Code. So I can just check this and click yes, I trust this. So now you can close this Get Started, and this is your folder right here, my website. So now we want to create our first HTML document. Now to create your first HTML document, you have some tab here. So the first tab you have here is New File. You have New Folder here. Then you have Refresh Explorer right here. Then here you have a Collapse folder. So you're going to click on this to create a new file, and the new file we are going to create is index. So we have index.html. So your first file in HTML must be index. That is your home page. It must be indexed. Now we have other pages that you can create. Example, about.html, contact.html, services.html, but your home page, your first web page, must be named index.html. index.html. So we have created our first web page. Now the next thing is to understand the structure of HTML. It is very important. If you are typing in Microsoft Word, you also understand the structure of Microsoft Word. If you are typing a document, your document must have a title, your document must have a paragraph, and if you are working with list, you're going to include list. If you are working with images, you also include images. In HTML also, HTML has a structure. So the first thing is to let the browser knows that this is an HTML document. So our first line in HTML document structure is doc type. So if you're using Visual Studio Code, all you need to do is just type greater than, and you see the doc type there. You can click, or you type it in full. So this means this is telling the browser that this document is an HTML document. So that is the first this first line. So your second line is HTML, to put HTML tag. So you have this HTML open and close tag. So everything within your page should be within this HTML open and close tag. So now within this HTML and open and close tag, you have the first section, which is a head section. So you put your head section right here. So you type head, you hit the enter key. So here you have the head section, and the next section you have is the body section. So below the head section you have the body section. So I'm going to hit enter. So the head section, this part is not visible to the browser, apart from the title that is attached to your tab, to your browser tab. Other part of the head section are not visible. Now the body section, every part of the body section is visible on the browser. So you have your images, you have your links, you have your table, you have your form, you have your paragraphs. All of these are within the body section. Anything outside the body section is not going to show on your web page. So let's look at the content of the head section. So the head section, you have something like the title. So your title. So I'm going to title this my web page. My web page. If you save and you go to your folder, if I go to my folder, as you can see, is the index.html is right here. If I double click to open the folder, now you can see that everything is empty, but at the tab here you see my web page, which is the title of my web page. So I'm going to minimize this and go to my VS Code. So you can see my web page, which is the title. So the other content that are within the head section of your HTML structure is what is called the metadata. So metadata, they just tell you more information about your web page. They give you more information about your web page, so that your page can rank high on Google search, or what we call search engine optimization. So now, before we go into metadata, in the front of this HTML, also is good to specify the language that you are using. So I'm going to use lang, and I'm using English, so I'm going to just use EN. You can further put US, but I'm just going to leave it as EN. So now back to our meta. So we're going to just type meta right here. I'm going to hit enter. Now I will go inside and give it a space. Now, like I said, meta will tell you information. So the first is character set. So character set. So we have character set, and the character set that is common right now is the UTF hyphen 8. So we have a modern character set like ASCII and so on and so forth, but this is the one that is common with web technology. So apart from this meta character set, we have other metadata that can be included within your head section. So I'm going to type meta again, or small letter, meta, hit the enter key, and come inside, and okay. Now the other one I want to do is you can actually use name and content within your meta. Now the essence of using name and content is so that your page can easily be located on Google search. So I'm just going to put name, and since I'll be talking about a company, Futurist ICT Solutions, so that's the name. So I'm going to have content. So content will be all about Futurist IT services. Okay, so you can actually have more metadata, within your head. So I would like to move my title below the metadata, so you can just cut and come down and paste it. Okay, so you can leave it at any location. The same thing is still within the head. So the other thing that you can put in the head is if you want to use a customized font, probably a font that is not in your system, and probably you want to use that font to design your web page. So let's say, for example, if I go to Google, I'll go to Google, type Google font. Let's say I want to use Roboto, like for example. So I'll go to Google Fonts and look for that font. Okay, so I'm going to click on fonts and search for the font. So you have a lot of fonts in Google Fonts. You have other font platform that you can also check out, and so you can just select anyone. So you have Roboto Flex, and I'm just going to select this and see the options that are available. Alright, so I'm going to copy this. So just click on this thing 100. So you have bold 700. So if that's what you need, so you can just click on the font. So So once you click on the font, it's going to show. As you can see, you have light, Roboto light here, you have bold, so, and you have a black 900. So after clicking, so you can copy this link, right here, you copy, and you go to your VS Code and paste within the head section. So Ctrl V to paste within the head section. So as you can see that my code is extended beyond this part that I can't see. So you can just go to view and click on word wrap to wrap your code, the long part, so that you can see everything you're working with. So sometimes you open a template and you see all of these many things within the head section. So if the person is using a different font, so many fonts, you're going to paste the link within the head section. So another thing you can include within the head section is linking to an external file. Now this tutorial is all about HTML, but let's say you want to link your HTML to your CSS file or document. So I'm going to just create a CSS style.css right here. So let's say you want to link to this CSS file right here. So what you can do is you go to within the head section, you come down here, and you use the link tag, and you have href, which is an attribute. So this href is an attribute specify the URL of the link resource. So you're going to put the location of your link right here. So the location of my link is within my folder. So I'm just going to put style.css. I'm going to click on it. So you can link to an external file also within the head section. Like I said, that everything within the head section are not visible. All of this content now, if I should go back to, if I save, Ctrl S to save, and go back to my page, if I refresh, I'm not going to see anything apart from the title that is attached to my tab. So you can see that you do not all of what you have in the head section are not visible. Okay, so now you have the body section, the visible part of your HTML document structure. So if I put anything here, I'm going to see it on my web page. Example, if I copy, let me copy a content from here. If I copy this, I just copy and paste this, even without using any tag, for as long as it's in the body section. So if I save and go to my browser and refresh, you're going to see, as you can see it right here. Okay, so let me just minimize this and minimize this as well. So as you can see right here, so everything you put in the body is visible to the browser, but everything you put in your head tag is not visible to the browser. So this is the structure of HTML that you need to know. The HTML document, you have the doc type, you have HTML, you have the language, you have the head section, and you have the body section. So before the next lesson, I want you to install a live server, so that as you are writing your code, you can easily right click to view the progress on your page. So to do that, you go to extensions. So when you go to extension, just type live server. In live server, you have a retweak day. So you click on it and install. It's already installed on my VS Code, so that's why it's showing uninstall. So you're going to install it. It's very important. So other extension you can use is a Prettier. So you can also install Prettier. So if you click on this, you can see that it's already installed on my VS Code, so you can install that too. So but there are many extensions that you can actually work with, but let's just, for now, let's just install the two. Alright, so I'm going to click on my File Explorer to review this. Okay, so that is just all about the structure of the HTML. So before I leave this section, I want you to I would like to talk about how you can view HTML source code on your browser. So if I go to my browser, I'm going to maximize this. If I want to view the source code of this page, you can right click and go to view page source, and you're going to see the source code right here. So you can also inspect the code by right clicking and click on inspect, and if you click on this selection or the selection icon here, you can hover your mouse on any section of the web page, and you're going to see information. As you can see, color, this is color, font is 16 pixel, Times New Roman is a font style, and so on and so forth. And also you have it right here as well. You have it here. So display block is block, and so on. So, and you can do this for any website. So if I go to Google, if I go to google.com, for example, and if you see, if I select this, it's going to show details about that particular section, and you see the code. You also see the code here. So if I click on this, you see all of the code here, and if I go to, you see the all the properties here as well. So that is how to view code. If I want to view this code now, I'll go to view page source code. You're going to see this. You see? Okay. So that is how to view source code and how to inspect web pages. Alright, so in the next lesson we are going to talk about HTML tags, HTML attributes, and HTML elements. These three are the building block of HTML. Now there's an activity for you, and the activity that I want you to do is the first thing is to create a folder on your computer that will contain all your website file. After creating the folder, I want you to create your first HTML document and name it index.html. Then also I want you to create the structure of your HTML, and that will be all for this lesson. To start writing your HTML document and create your first web page, the first thing you need to do is to create a folder on your system. So I'm going to create a root folder on my desktop where I will put all of my files. So I'm going to label this folder my website. You can give it any name, and the folder could also be in any location. So the folder could be in your documents or your download or your picture or any part of but the folder should be within your system. Now this folder is your root folder. It's going to contain all of your file that you are going to use for the web page or the website, your images file, your index.html file, and your CSS file. Every file needed in the website will be right in this folder, because any file outside this particular folder is not going to show on your web page. So now, after creating your folder, the next step is to click on your Visual Studio Code to launch it or to open it. So now you're going to see get started, so you can close this, you don't need it. Now this button is very important, Explorer button, then also extension. We will come to extension later in the lesson. So if you click on the Explorer button, So the Explorer button will allow you to create, to open the folder that you've created. So we're going to click on open folder. If you click on open folder, you go to the location where the folder is saved. In my case, I save it on the desktop, so I'll click on desktop. If you save on document, you click on document. So I'm going to click on desktop and try to locate. This is the folder right here, my website. So I'm going to click select, and the folder is going to open within Visual Studio Code. So I can just check this and click yes, I trust this. So now you can close this get started, and this is your folder right here, my website. So now we want to create our first HTML document. Now to create your first HTML document, you have some tab here. So the first tab you have here is new file, you have new folder here, then you have refresh Explorer right here, then here you have a collapse folder. So you're going to click on this to create a new file, and the new file we are going to create is index. So we have index.html. so your first file in HTML must be indexed. That is your home page. It must be indexed. Now we have other pages that you can create. Example, about.html, contact.html, services.html, but your home page, your first web page, must be named index.html. So we have created our first web page. Now the next thing is to understand the structure of HTML. It is very important. If you are typing in Microsoft Word, you also understand the structure of Microsoft Word. If you are typing a document, your document must have a title, your document must have a paragraph, and if you are working with list, you're going to include list. If you are working with images, you also include images. In HTML also, HTML has a structure. So the first thing is to let the browser knows that this is an HTML document. So our first line in HTML document structure is doc type. So if you're using Visual Studio Code, all you need to do is just type greater than, and you see the doc type there. You can click, or you type it in full. So this means this is telling the browser that this document is an HTML document. So that is the first this first line. So your second line is HTML, to put HTML tag. So you have this HTML open and close tag. So everything within your page should be within this HTML open and close tag. So now within this HTML and open and close tag, you have the first section, which is a head section. So you put your head section right here. So you type head, you hit the enter key. So here you have the head section, and the next section you have is the body section. So below the head section you have the body section. So I'm going to hit enter. So the head section, this part is not visible to the browser, apart from the title that is attached to your tab, to your browser tab. Other part of the head section are not visible. Now the body section, every part of the body section is visible on the browser. So you have your images, you have your links, you have your table, you have your form, you have your paragraphs. All of these are within the body section. Anything outside the body section is not going to show on your web page. So let's look at the content of the head section. So the head section, you have something like the title. So your title. So I'm going to title this my web page. my web page. If you save and you go to your folder, if I go to my folder, as you can see, is the index.html is right here. If I double click to open the folder, now you can see that everything is empty, but at the tab here you see my web page, which is the title of my web page. So I'm going to minimize this and go to my VS Code. So you can see my web page, which is the title. So the other content that are within the head section of your HTML structure is what is called the metadata. So metadata, they just tell you more information about your web page. They give you more information about your web page, so that your page can rank high on Google search, or what we call search engine optimization. So now, before we go into metadata, in the front of this HTML, also is good to specify the language that you are using. So I'm going to use lang, and I'm using English, so I'm going to just use EN. You can further put US, but I'm just going to leave it as EN. So now back to our meta. So we're going to just type meta right here. I'm going to hit enter. Now I will go inside and give it a space. Now, like I said, meta will tell you information. So the first is character set. So character set. So we have character set, and the character set that is common right now is the UTF-8. So we have a modern character set like ASCII and so on and so forth, but this is the one that is common with web technology. So apart from this meta character set, we have other metadata that can be included within your head section. So I'm going to type meta again, or small letter, meta, hit the enter key, and come inside, and okay. Now the other one I want to do is you can actually use name and content within your meta. Now the essence of using name and content is so that your page can easily be located on Google search. So I'm just going to put name, and since I'll be talking about a company, Futurist ICT Solutions, so that's the name. So I'm going to have content. So content will be all about Futurist IT services. Okay, so you can actually have more metadata, within your head. So I would like to move my title below the metadata, so you can just cut and come down and paste it. Okay, so you can leave it at any location. The same thing is still within the head. So the other thing that you can put in the head is if you want to use a customized font, probably a font that is not in your system, and probably you want to use that font to design your web page. So let's say, for example, if I go to Google, I'll go to Google, type Google font. Let's say I want to use Roboto, for example. So I'll go to Google Fonts and look for that font. Okay, so I'm going to click on font and search for the font. So you have a lot of fonts in Google Fonts. You have other font platform that you can also check out, and um, so you can just select any one. So after clicking, so you can copy this link. You can copy this link right here. You copy, and you go to your VS Code and paste within the head section. So Ctrl V to paste within the head section. So as you can see that my code is extended beyond this part that I can't see. So you can just go to view and click on word wrap to wrap your code, the long part, so that you can see everything you're working with. So sometimes you open a template and you see all of these many things within the head section. So if the person is using different fonts, so many fonts, you're going to paste the link within the head section. So another thing you can include within the head section is linking to an external file. Now this tutorial is all about HTML, but let's say you want to link your HTML to your CSS file or document. So I'm going to just create a CSS style.css right here. So let's say you want to link to this CSS file right here. So what you can do is you go to within the head section, you come down here, and you use the link tag, and you have href, which is an attribute. So this href is an attribute specify the URL of the link resource. So you're going to put the location of your link right here. So the location of my link is within my folder. So I'm just going to put style.css. I'm going to click on it. So you can link to an external file also within the head section. Like I said, that everything within the head section are not visible. All of this content now, if I should go back to, if I save, Ctrl S to save, and go back to my page, if I refresh, I'm not going to see anything apart from the title that is attached to my tab. So you can see that you do not all of what you have in the head section are not visible. Okay, so now you have the body section, the visible part of your HTML document structure. So if I put anything here, I'm going to see it on my web page. Example, if I copy, let me copy a content from here. If I copy this, I just copy and paste this, even without using any tag, for as long as it's in the body section. So if I save and go to my browser and refresh, you're going to see, as you can see it right here. Okay, so let me just minimize this and minimize this as well. So as you can see right here, so everything you put in the body is visible to the browser, but everything you put in your head tag is not visible to the browser. So this is the structure of HTML that you need to know. The HTML document, you have the doc type, you have HTML, you have the language, you have the head section, and you have the body section. So before the next lesson, I want you to install a live server, so that as you are writing your code, you can easily right click to view the progress on your page. So to do that, you go to extensions. So when you go to extension, just type live server. In live server, you have a retweak day. So you click on it and install. It's already installed on my VS Code, so that's why it's showing uninstall. So you're going to install it. It's very important. So other extension you can use is a Prettier. So you can also install Prettier. So if you click on this, you can see that it's already installed on my VS Code, so you can install that too. So but there are many extensions that you can actually work with, but let's just, for now, let's just install the two. Alright, so I'm going to click on my File Explorer to review this. Okay, so that is just all about the structure of the HTML. So before I leave this section, I want you to I would like to talk about how you can view HTML source code on your browser. So if I go to my browser, I'm going to maximize this. If I want to view the source code of this page, you can right click and go to view page source, and you're going to see the source code right here. So you can also inspect the code by right clicking and click on inspect, and if you click on this selection or the selection icon here, you can hover your mouse on any section of the web page, and you're going to see information. As you can see, color, this is color, font is 16 pixel, Times New Roman is a font style, and so on and so forth. And also you have it right here as well. You have it here. So display block is block, and so on. So, and you can do this for any website. So if I go to Google, if I go to google.com for example, and if you see, if I select this, it's going to show details about that particular section, and you see the code. You also see the code here. So if I click on this, you see all of the code here, and if I go to, you see the all the properties here as well. So that is how to view code. If I want to view this code now, I'll go to view page source code. You're going to see this. You see? Okay. So that is how to view source code and how to inspect web pages. Alright, so in the next lesson we are going to talk about HTML tags, HTML attributes, and HTML elements. These three are the building block of HTML. Now there's an activity for you, and the activity that I want you to do is the first thing is to create a folder on your computer that will contain all your website file. After creating the folder, I want you to create your first HTML document and name it index.html. Then also I want you to create the structure of your HTML, and that will be all for this lesson. Now let's start creating content within our body. Now to start creating content, you must understand some concepts. Now the concept I want you to understand is we have these concepts are referred to as HTML building block. So you have three of them. The first one is tag. So tags are used to create HTML documents so that web browser will be able to format and display the content. So right here, what you have here now is just a content. So I'm going to put this content in a paragraph tag. So if I hit P is a paragraph tag within HTML. So I can drop in these this content right here. So I can even put this in two paragraphs. I will cut this one out of this and just create another paragraph for that particular content by typing P and hitting my enter key, and I will just paste the content there. So I can use my tab key to properly align this and push this to align with other content. So here I have two paragraphs right here using paragraph tag. So a tag, tags are used to create HTML document, just like in word processing. You have your heading, you have your list and all of that. So there are tags for all of these in HTML. So if I want to create an heading, we have H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6 for heading. So H1, if I put H1 for example, so I can copy this heading here. I can copy this heading here using Ctrl C, and I'll go to my VS Code and paste right here. So this is my heading. In Microsoft Word document, your document can only have one heading. You know, if you are talking about a particular thing, that particular thing can only have one H1. So you can have subheadings and you have some other headings. So the same way your web page can only have one H1 heading. So we have other heading type, like we have H2. So let me just type H2 so you can see. I'm just going to type I'm going to type digital marketing. Okay, digital marketing. Then I'm going to go down to do H3, and I'm going to type here I'm going to have social media. Then I'm going to come down here and type Facebook and type Meta. So I'm going to have that's H4 now. So here I'm going to type Meta, and I'm going to come down and put Facebook H5. So I'm going to put Facebook. Come down H6, and I'm going to put lead generation. I'm just going to put leads. So talking about heading tags, we have H1 to H6. If I save using Ctrl S and I right click, don't forget we've installed Live Server. I can now click on open with Live Server, and it's going to open my file. So I'm going to reduce the size of this so that I can see side by side as I'm working. One of the advantage of using Live Server is once you save, automatically it shows here. Now if you see your web browser, you're going to see feature size solution is H1, this is H2, this is H3, H4, H5, H6, different font sizes. So that's why I said that you can only have one H1 in a page, one title in a page. So this can be used for subtitle, or this can be used for subtitle. Okay, so that is that about our H1 tag. Don't forget we are still talking about tag, and the topic is HTML building blocks, and we have so many tags. Like I said, tags are used to create HTML documents. So whatever you want, in fact, if you are bringing in an image, you are using tag. If you are bringing in a video file, you are using tag. If you are bringing in a table, you are using tag. So basically you use tag to create HTML document. Now the next building block is attribute. Attributes are very, very important. Attributes in HTML simply provide extra information about about the particular tag that you are using. That's attributes. So if, for example, we have height attributes, we have width and height attributes, we have language attributes like we use right here. So now this attribute is just telling us more about this tag, that this HTML is in English. Then also I use another attribute somewhere here, attributes using so basically attribute tell us more about our, okay, this is href attribute, so to tell us the location. So basically it's telling us more about this link. Okay, so an attribute is always within the first within the open tag. Now if you look at this tag, now we have open tag and we have a close tag. In fact, we have a on close tag. We have on close tag. We have like a example if the br tag, the br tag now is an unclosed tag. So it stands for break line. So it breaks the line of the code. So that's what that stands for. So you are not going to see the effect here, but if I copy this, let me copy this and put it now. If I decide to hit the enter key to create space here and I save, the space is not going to be visible in HTML. If you like create 1000 space, it's not going to be visible. So the only thing that will separate this content from this content is the br tag. So if I insert the br tag here and I'm going to remove it from here, you're going to see that there's going to be a break. There will be a break between this section and this section. So if I save, as you can see there's a line break. The last word here is and after the and, you see that there's a line break. So this every other thing here move to a new line. Okay, so if I remove this now and save, Ctrl S, you're going to see that it's going to go back. All right, so we have that in our HTML. So if you want to separate different content, you want a content to move to the next line, you use a break. So I'm just going to click enter. I want that content to be together and management. Then from here I'm going to add a line break, and you can put it as inline element. So I'm going to put br here as I'm just going to open and close this. So put the br. I'm going to save. As you can see, it's separated these lines. All right, so back to our attributes. Like I said, attributes tell us more about a tag. So like I said, we have the hot attribute. As we go on in the lesson, you are going to see more usefulness of attributes. When we bring in an image, we are going to use an hot attribute, that tells the browser more about the image, so that if the image is not loading, the attribute is going to show. So we also have a title attribute, we have style attribute, and so on and so forth. But as we go on in the lesson, you're going to learn more about attributes. Now the other building block is the element. Very powerful. So element is everything that you have in your HTML. So from the open tag to the content within the tag to the close tag they are all referred to as elements. So element covers the tag, the content in the tag, the attribute, everything. That is what an element is. So if you hear the word element in HTML, so it covers the tag, both on open tag, both close tag, both content within the tag, both attributes. Element covers it all. And you have basically two types or two categories of HTML element. You have the block level element and you have the inline element. So this particular break or line break is an inline element. Then your paragraph is a block element. It's a block element. As you can see that there's a this is first paragraph and this is my second paragraph. If you notice that there is space right here, so because it's a block element, it's going to give it it's going to create a block space around the content. So we have block level, and we have other example of block level elements is your H1 to H6 is an example of block level element, as you can see here. So you see that your H1, there's a space, there's a block, there's a space between these. So a block level element is going to give you reasonable amount of space within between each content. So your H1 to H6 is block level. Div, that's the vision tag, also is a block level element. Then your list element, both ordered and unordered list are all block level elements. Like we have said, inline elements, you have your bold, your strong, your link, your image. All of these IMG are block level elements. So as we go in the tutorial, we're going to learn more about all of these elements. All right. So then, before we leave the concept of element, we have a concept called nested elements. So nested HTML element simply means that element can contain another element. So you, for example, you have this paragraph element. So I can decide to put an ordered list here. So I can have a ordered list and have my L1, and just list. Let me just do computer and do monitor and save, and you're going to see that within this paragraph there's another list. So there's another element inside this paragraph. You can see the paragraph starts here and it ends here. Then you have this list within the paragraph. So that is what is referred to as nested element, when you have an element inside another element. Okay, so that is all about the building block of HTML attribute elements and attribute element and tags. Alright, so now let's go straight to building our HTML tags. So the first thing we want to look at is the basic HTML tags. Alright, so now within our body, I'm going to just delete the H2 to 6, and I'm going to remove this list from here. I'm going to remove the list. So to explain the HTML tag, I'm going to follow what I have here. So the first thing I have here, I have the H1, I have my first paragraph, I have my second paragraph right here. So let me check our code. So I have my first paragraph, then my second paragraph. This is not part of the second paragraph. I'm going to remove this. Okay, so now, so basic HTML tag. So the first one you have, we've already discussed about the doc type, then the HTML, then you have the head. We discussed about the head, then the title, then you have H1 to H6. We've discussed about that. Paragraph, we've discussed about that. Then the single line break, we've also discussed about that. Then horizontal rule. So the horizontal rule will help you to divide sections. So let me check what I have here. So I'm just going to put my horizontal rule here to divide this section. So I'm going to have HR. So the horizontal rule is also an unclosed tag. So if I save now, if I save this, you're going to see it's going to put an horizontal line here, meaning that this is just a section. So that's horizontal rule. So these are just the basic HTML tags. So the next tag I want us to look at is the list tag. If you look at our content, if you look at the content we are following, okay, I think the next one is the image. So let's look at the image tag before we look at the list tag. Okay, so to bring in an image in your HTML, so first you need to download the image. So you're going to go online, you need to download the image by going online, and you can go to google.com and go to images and type any image that you want to, anything you're looking for, just type. It's going to show you different images that you can use, but some of the images you have here might have copyright issues. So there are other platforms where you can get images from, high quality images. So you can go to pixels.com. In pixels.com you have high quality images that you can make use of. You can also go to pixabay.com, and you also have access to quality images. So also you can go to placeholder. So you have placeholder.com. You also have high quality images in placeholder.com. You can also go to Unsplash. So you have unsplash.com. You can go to unsplash.com and you have a quality image. Let me do placeholder again. Placeholder.com. So you go to placeholder.com. You have, if you go to any of these websites, you can download high quality free images, no copyright issue. You know, from this, if I type computer here now and you hit the enter key, it's going to show you pictures of computers that you can use, and these images they are high quality images. As you can see, free download. So once you click here, you can download in any size that you want. So now if I click download, I'm going to download this one. So I click download right here. So it's downloading here. It's downloading here. So I will minimize and go to my download and pick it. So I will right click and cut it. Don't forget what I said, that everything you are using must be within this folder that you created. Everything must be within this folder. So you can rename your image so that you'll be able to access it easily from your VS Code. So I'm going to rename this. I'm going to just go to rename and type computer _ office. Okay, so I have images that I want to use actually. So I'm going to go to and just transfer and copy this image right here. Okay, so now you can download images and put it directly here, or you can create a folder and put in your images also in your folder. Okay, so but make sure that everything is right here. So I'm going to show you from the VS Code how to access this image if you put it directly, and also how to access the one that you have in your folder. And if you also want to link directly to the image URL, so you're also going to see that. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code, and we want to bring in an image. So to bring in an image in okay, before we talk about bringing in an image, okay, let's just bring in the image. Let's bring in the image, and I'm just going to, so to bring in the image, we're going to use a tag img. If you are using VS Code, just hit enter after typing img. So here you have src, which is the source. This is an attribute. Like I said, as we go on in the tutorial, you're going to learn more about some of these basic building block of HTML. So this is source. Like we said, an attribute tells you more about the tag. Okay, so if you place your mouse here, you can see the image URL. This attribute is mandatory for image and all of that. So now we are going to put the source here. So now you can see that we have our computer.office.jpg right here, and we also have our image or images folder here. So what I want us to bring in here is if you want to bring in this image directly, the one that is not in the image folder, all you need to do is just type the URL, that's this the name. So you can just type computer. Before you finish typing it, VS Code is going to show it. So I'm going to underscore office dot jpg, as you can see it. So just click on it, and the alt test is just if the image is not loading, and the test that we show, so in case the image is not loading, that's the alt test. Or people that are using a screen reader, so they'll be able to see that the image there is whatever you're going to put here. So I'm just going to put computer office image. Just going to put computer office image. Okay, so if I click on save now, you can see my image here is too big. The image is too big. So what can you do now? There are other attributes that you can use with your image. So one of the attributes you can use with your image is the width and the height, attribute. So I'm going to put width. I'm going to do 200, and I'm going to do height as well. I'm going to do height, and I'm going to do 200. So let's see that. I'm going to save, and okay, so you see our image has been reduced to this size, but I think I want it bigger, so I'm going to increase this to 500 and increase this to 500. Let's see that. Okay, I think it's okay like this. So now, apart from this attribute, now you know we are using source attribute, the location of the image. We have alt attribute, and the width and height. So other attribute you can use is the title. You can give your image a title, but I can just say, okay, computer office image. So if you save, and if I hover my mouse on this image, you're going to see computer office office image. All right, okay, so now that is how you can bring in your image directly. Now what about the images that you have inside the folder? How can you bring them in? Okay, so the second image I'm going to bring in is going to be from the folder. So I'm going to just click on this. I'm going to enter, and I'm going to give it a line break, that is BR. Then hit my enter key because I want it to go to the next line. So then I'm going to do IMG, hit the enter key. Then this time around, my source, I'm going to type images first. Then I'm going to put a slash, and automatically it's going to list out all the images you have inside that particular folder. So I'm going to select graphics, and I'm going to put graphics here, graphics. Then I'm going to add a title. I'm going to graphics. I'm going to put graphics design. I'm going to save. If you save, you're going to see this is our image right here. So then I'm going to add other things to this. Okay, so now other elements you can use with your image tag, apart from the width, the height, the title, the hot, the source. So you can use a figure. There's an element or a tag called figure. So I'm going to put it in my second image. So I'm just going to have a figure here. So you're just going to house your image. So I'm going to copy this. Cut it and put it down here and paste it. So I have figure. So I just want to house this image. So if I click on save, you're going to see if that is going to I now have space around my my image now. So now, apart from using figure, you can add a title to your image. So you use a fig caption for that. So you have fig caption. So you can just put the caption here. So I can have a graphics designing. So you click on save, and you have caption, alongside your image. Okay, so I'm going to remove this first one, because if you look at the document I'm following, you have the caption right there. Okay, so I'm going to remove this. You remove this one like this. Then if I save and I click on my server, so you can see my live server, you can see what we have here. All right, so basically that is your image. So you can insert one more image. So let me insert one more image. So I'm going to use my figure. So inside my figure, I'm going to have a caption. That's fig caption. I'm going to call this one web development. So my caption is going to be web. Let me make it capital. Web development. Okay, so it's there. So now the next thing, I'm going to use my IMG link. Image link. So my source, I'm going to put images slash, and I'm going to select web development alternative alt test rather. So I have web development, and I'm going to give it a title. I'm going to give my image title. I'm going to put web development and save, and I'm going to see it here. So I have I've inserted two images right here, graphic designing and web development. So, and you see this is H1, which is my heading. This is paragraph 1, this is paragraph 2, and then I have my images. So I'm going to insert an horizontal rule for that section. If I click on save, if I move down, you see the rule right there. So the next thing I want to talk about is how to create lists in HTML. If you see my next section, you see that we have a list. So what you have in this list, the first thing here is you have a heading. So this one is going to be H2. Then you have a paragraph. Then you have unordered list. Okay, so so you have three types of lists in HTML. So you have ordered list, you have unordered list, and you have the descriptive list. Okay, so let's start with the first one, so which is unordered list. So the first we have there, we have H2, we have our heading. So, and our heading here, right here is welcome to Futurist. So I'm going to copy this and paste. I'm going to paste it. Then the second part is we have a paragraph there. So I'm going to copy that content as well. You can use any content, so it's not compulsory that you use what I'm using. So then we now have our list. So the first list is unordered list. So we have UL. So that's the tag you use for unordered list. So inside the UL, we now have our list, which is LI. So we are going to put our first content within that. So if you look at the content, we have digital market, we have sell more product. So here I'm just going to copy this and put it here. So I'm going to delete that dot there. Okay, so in VS Code you can actually duplicate content by holding on Shift Alt, then you press the down arrow key. So I'm just going to press it 4 times and copy and paste the content that I have here. So I have okay, it's actually 5. So I'm going to copy this, Ctrl C, and paste here. Okay, so after you pasted all of the list content, if I save and I go to my website, scroll down here, you're going to see that we have the title, which is H2. Then we have a paragraph, which is a block element. What are your business goals? And I have my list. You can see that our page is looking beautiful already, as you can see. So you have our page is looking nice already. Okay, so now if I look at what I have here, I have the next type of list. So my next type of list is ordered list. So I'm going to come down here and have my whole hell, which is ordered list. So within the ordered list, I'm going to have my list item as well. So I'm just going to copy what I have here and just change the content that I have inside. Okay, so going to, I have and lastly we have training. So if I save and go to my live server, as you can see here, but there's something missing here. If you look here, there's a there's an heading here. So I'm going to go back and put my heading right there. So here I have my H2. I'm going to put our services. So I'm going to put our services and save. So automatically you see, so this is H2, this is H2, this is H1. Okay, so now, so the last list that we have is the description list, or the descriptive list. So we are going to use a DL, but let me see, we should have a title as well. So this is the title. So brief description. So we're going to use DL for that, but let me just create H2 and drop my heading here. Then I can now create my DL, which is a descriptive list. So we have DD goes with DL. DD is descriptive detail. We have DT and DD rather. So DT is descriptive term. So this is what I'm talking about. So if you look at this brief description of some of our services, right here is a descriptive term. Then this is telling you more about this descriptive term. So this is descriptive term, this is DD, descriptive detail, okay, telling you more about this. So we have this one as DT. So I'm just going to copy this, and in my VS Code I'm going to use DT. I'm going to paste it. Then I will have my DD, which is descriptive detail, and I will copy my detail here and paste it. Paste. Then I'll do the same for the second one. So I have DT. I'll copy it. That is digital marketing. So I'll just type digital marketing, then just copy this. I'll copy this. So go to my VS Code and put digital marketing. Digital marketing. Okay. Then my descriptive detail, which is DD, I'm going to paste it. Like I said, you can use any other content. If you don't want to use my content, I'm going to click on Control S to save this. So I'm going to Control S to save. So once you save, you're going to see my descriptive list. So here you have unordered list, which is basically bullets. Here you have ordered list, that's 1 2 3, and here you have descriptive list. So you have descriptive term right here, and you have descriptive details here. You have descriptive term, you have descriptive detail. So that is all about writing or typing lists within HTML document. So like I said, we have 3 lists in HTML document. We have the descriptive list, we have the ordered list, and we have unordered list. Okay, so the next tag we are going to talk about is the link tag. The link tag, we have 3 types or 3 categories of link tag in HTML. So because if you go to any website, you know, apart from text, let me go to Futurist ICT solution. So if you go to any website, basically what make up website basically the text, images that you have on the website, and you have links as well. So links are very important in website. You know, when you hover your mouse on a link, you can click on it, it will take you to another content. So links are very, very important. So in HTML we have basically 3 links type or categories. You have absolute reference link, relative reference link, and you have internal reference link. We are going to look at these 3 link categories. So let's talk about the first one, which is absolute reference link. So absolute reference, basically you are linking a section or a part of your web page to an external website, to an external resources. So example is, I'm going to come under this list tag. So this content is not actually part of this list, so I'm just going to cut it. So alright, so I'm going to paste, I'm going to just create a paragraph here. I'm going to align it using tab. So inside the paragraph, I'm going to drop that content there. So to know more about Figt services, visit our website at this. So I'm going to like to create a link to the website. Okay, so if you type A on within your VS Code, it's going to bring out this tag for you. Now the link tag rather has href, as you can see, contain URL or URL fragment that the hyperlink points to. So it's an hyperlink link. This basically tells the browser the location of the link. Okay, so now the location of our link is, let me just copy it from the website. So this is Futurist. I'm just going to copy and paste it right here, just as you have in image. So you have the, I'm just going to delete, I'm going to remove this. I will remove this. So just like you have in the image, as you have source, so if you are using this link, so you have href, you're going to put where is linking to the website. Don't forget that we are talking about absolute reference link. Is going to link you to an external web page, a page that is outside your folder, outside your root folder, outside your own website. This is website you are creating, all of your content are within your website, but an absolute link is going to take you outside. It's going to link a section or a part of your web page to an external file. So now after you put your link, you can put whatever you want to put here. To know more about Figt services, visit our website. So now this is what will be visible to everybody in the browser. So here I'm just going to type website. So I'm just going to type website, so that if they click on the website, it's going to take them straight to this link right here. So if I save now and I move down Okay, let me go to, if I save and move down, so you're going to see that the website, as you can see, the website is showing as link. How do you know that is a link? If you hover your mouse on it, it's going to change to the hand icon, so you can see. So this is a link. If I click on this now, if I click on this now, if I click on this, is going to open the website on my page. But if I don't want it to open it on my page, if I want it to open it on another tab, there's a way we can do that too. So but let's click first. If I click right now, it's taking me directly to the site, to the website, because I link it. So I'm going to go back, and I'm going to, after my website, after typing the website here, you can put other attributes. So like target, if you want it to be open on another tab, so I'm going to target blank tab, so just click on blank. So if I save now and I go to my link, if I click on this link now, it's going to open on another tab, as you can see. So you can see this is my web page, and is opening on another tab. So that is how to do that. So if you want your link to open on another tab, so you're going to use that. All right, so now we have that is absolute link. So the next one is relative reference link. Relative reference link. So we've actually discussed relative when you are linking your file to a content or to a file within your website. So example of that, or if a relative reference link, is when we created our HTML structure, we link this is href, we link style.css, because style.css is within our folder, within our root folder, within our own website. So if you are linking within your website, that is relative reference. Okay, so linking to an image is also relative reference. So within your folder, so that is relative reference. Okay, so the last one we want to talk about is internal reference link. Internal reference link. So to understand internal reference link, so it means that, let's say you want to link to a place within your page. Now let's say I divide this page into section, and this section here is about section, and this section here is, okay, let's say this section here is about section, and I want to create a link down in my footer to take me back to my about section up here. So that is an internal link. Let's do that so that you can understand what I'm talking about. So to do that, you have to divide your page into sections. So we're still going to talk about semantic tags, but just note that I'm just going to create a section here. So I'm going to have section tag, and we just copy this closing part and move down after my image, move down here and put it and close it. Okay, yes, close it here. So I have my section here now. So within my section, so I know that this is one section of my web page, so I'm going to give it an ID. I'm going to give it an ID of about. Okay, so you can see no changes, but it's separated it somehow, but no changes yet. But you're going to see the beauty of this. Now I've created a section, I give it an ID. The reason I give it an ID is to link back to this ID using hashtag. So now if I go down, let me create my footer section. let me create my footer. So I'm just going to put footer, and within my footer I want to link, I'm going to link back to about. So I'm going to have my link tag, and here I'm going to put hash about, and right here I'm going to type the text about Futurist. So I'm going to save using Ctrl S on the keyboard. So after saving, if we go back to our page, so as you can see, I'm just going to put horizontal rule here to separate my footer. So save. So now you can see about Futurist here. So if I click here, it's going to take me back to this section, because I actually create an internal reference link here. You know, I capture all of this within a section tag, all of this section, this paragraph, these images, capture them in a section tag, and also in that section I have an ID in order to link that. The reason why I will label it ID because I want to link back to this. So if you want to link within your page, you can use this within your page, not outside your page. Okay, so you can just do that, and it's going to work. So now the next we want to talk about is if you want to go back to the top of your page from your footer. So you can create another link, and using your link tag. So here you put hash. So once you put only hash, just ordinary hash here, and you just type what you know, whatever you type within this space here is what will be shown. So I'm just going to type back to the top page, then I'm going to save. So if I go down here, and you're going to see back to the top page. If I click back to the top page, it's going to go up. Okay, so that is how to link back to to the top page. Okay, so other links, that I want to talk within the link is now that you understand the three categories of links that we have. Okay, so let's create contact us section. So I'm going to have my let me just put everything within the paragraph. So here I'm going to have my H2. You can use H3. Now I'm going to have my H2. So here I have contact us. Okay, so within that I'm going to have that's my email. So I have I'm thinking of using list for this. Okay, so let me use this paragraph. So I'm just going to have my paragraph like this, and I'm going to type contact me. So I'm going to have my link tag, hit the enter key, and if you want to put in your email within your HTML, you use a mail to. I'm going to, then you can type your email, futurist Futurist ICT Solutions at gmail.com. Okay, so you can have content within your within that will be visible. So you have contact me at this. So I'm just going to put email here, so that once they click on the email, it will take them to an email application that will allow them to send email to me. So contact me at, I can just put at right here. Okay, so I'm going to save, and if you go down here, so you can see contact us, contact me at. If I click on this email, it's going to how do you want to open this? So either with Google or with Microsoft Edge or Outlook. Okay, so I'm just going to ignore that. So now let's add another thing here. I'm going to add contact. I'm going to add my telephone number here. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy all of this and come down here and paste it. Okay, so I'm going to change this text to my telephone. You can call me, you can call us, okay. So here I'm going to change this email contact. I'm going to remove these and put tel hard colon here plus 234 803 555 4924. Okay, so in place of email, I'm going to put phone number. I'm going to put our phone number, and save. So if I save that, you're going to see you can call us on our phone number. So if you put your mouse here, you can see this is a link, and you can see my phone number showing. You can see my phone number is showing right here. So if I put my email, you can see my email showing too. Okay, so that's how you can link to your email and your phone number. You can link to any website that you want to link to. You can link to Google, just like the way I link to Futurist ICT solution. So you can also link as well. So another one I want to talk about is let's say under this brief description of some of our services. So let's say you want to put a link for them to download a proposal, for example. So let's do that. So I'm going to put that under here. To know more about Fix, visit. Okay, so let me put that under here. So I'm just going to can use a paragraph. So I'm just going to put download our proposal. Then I'm going to have a link. Then I'm going to link it to the proposal. I don't think I have any proposal, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to link it to an image, but you can link it to the proposal for as long as it's within your folder. So I'm going to have images. Oh, let me just link it direct. Since it's not an image, I'm going to just link it to this one So here I have computer underscore office dot jpg. Okay, the size is much, so now you have to put download because you want them to download the file. So if you want any file to be downloaded, after you put the link of the file, you must put download. So you're going to put download. So you have you put download. So I can put you can just put a content here that we, so you can just put our proposer so that we know what they are downloading. Proposer, and if you save, so if I come over here and click this, you can see it's going to download it has downloaded that particular file. So if it's a PDF file that you link it to within your page, is going to download it. So that is download how to use that link, that's download link. So you put in your link tag, you enter the href, the location where the file is, and you have download. Then you put a text that the people viewing it will know what they're about to download. So you can see download our proposal. You click here, it's going to download. So before leaving this link section, let's say you want to link to another page within your page. So I'm going to create about.html. So about us.html. about.html. Okay, so now that we have about.html, so another way to bring in HTML document structure is to just hit the exclamation mark and hit enter key. Is going to give you the structure. So here my title, I'm going to change the title to about us, and in the body I'm just going to bring in I'm just going to bring in some content. I'm just going to type in there lorem. I'm going to use lorem. So if you don't have content to use, you can actually use lorem. So I will go to my view and click on wrap. So I'm going to wrap it. So if I click on save, and if I go to my about, and I click and go to open live server, so you're going to see this is what I have in my about. So let me just bring in a picture. Let me put a picture. I'm just going to put an image, img. Don't forget, if you want to bring in picture, use img. Then your source. So I'm just going to do images slash down. The image is a folder slash, you know what is inside the folder. That's what you're going for. So I'm going to click on digital marketing and just put digital marketing here, and hit save, and I have my image. This is my about. I have some content right here. So what I want to do is to link. I'm going to link. I will go to my index.html, my footer section. I'm going to link. I'm going to create a link to my about page. So I'm going to just put a paragraph and create a link. Then I'm going to put about.html, about.html. So this is this. Then I'm going to put about us right here, about us. Then I'm going to save. So if I go back to my index.html, if I scroll down, you can see. Now the reason using paragraph is because I needed space. I don't want it to be together, as you can see, because it's a block element, so it has space around it. So if I click on an about here now, it's going to take me to about page. So I should be able to link back to my home from my about page. So how can I do that? I'll go to my about. So in my about, I'm going to create a link. It will allow me to do that. So I'm going to do paragraph and then create my link. And inside this piece, I'm going to have a slash like this. So I'm going to have slash. And here I'm going to type my home page. So I'm just going to type home page. So I'm going to save this, and if I click on this, it's going to take me back to home. This is interesting. Now link is very important to understand link. You know, the link we have discussed so far are the basic ones that you see on regular web pages. So like you have on your home page, to want to link to about us page, just create a page about.html, use your link to, okay, this is our index. Then you use your link tag, your href attribute to link to that page. Then on that page as well, you can also link back to the home page using this slash. So just use your link slash, and then it will take you back to home page. Alright, so I hope that we've covered enough ground about link tag. So before we leave this section, I want to okay, so that will be all about this section. So in the next section, we are going to look at how to format our HTML page. If you go to Word document, for example, it might be probably you want to emphasize on some of these content here. You can click on bold, on italics, underline, and all of that. So we are going to learn how to format our HTML document too. So in the next lesson, you are going to learn how to properly format your HTML document. Thank you. Now that you understand how to create some content on your HTML web page, you are going to learn how to format your HTML page or your HTML document. Just like in Microsoft Word or word processing, you can format your documents. Example, if you want to make this to be bold, you highlight it and you click on bold. And also if you want to emphasize on a line or a content, you can do that also in your HTML. So in this lesson, you are going to learn how to format your HTML document. So the first one I want us to look at is we are going to apply bold. So to apply bold to this paragraph, for example, so to do that, you can use strong. You can use strong tag. So I'm just going to type strong, and hit the enter key. So I'm going to copy the close tag, or what I can do is to copy my content. Now I will go to my view and wrap my code. So I'm going to copy my content. I will copy my content right here. I will use Ctrl X to do that and paste it in between my tag. And if I save and go back to my web page, you can see right here that this paragraph is bold. So that is how to apply bold to a content. Now there is another one that is EM. You can use EM to also tell how important a content is. So for example, if this first line here, or let me just do this under this section, what are your business goals? So I'm going to put emphasis here, that is EM. So I'm going to do EM and hit the enter key. I can copy my content, copy or cut it. I'm going to cut it and paste it here. And if I save, let's see the effect of that. So I'm going to scroll down. You see the effect of that. You can see what are your business goals. So EM is used to create emphasis. You want to emphasize a particular section of your document, you can use EM to do that. Alright, so now the other thing I want us to look at is, let's say you want to highlight a part of your document. You want to highlight a part of your document. So what you can, or you want to highlight a particular text within your document. So let's say expert, for example, or let's say Futurist ICT Solutions. So I'll go to my first paragraph, and this is Futurist ICT Solutions, and I'm going to use this inline element. The inline element cannot stand on their own. They work with other HTML elements. So I'm going to use a mark. Most tags that I'll be using for HTML formatting are actually inline elements. So we're going to use mark to highlight a text or group of text. So I'm going to type mark. Okay, so open your and type MARK. So hit enter, and I'm going to close it. So I'm going to copy this text here, Futurist ICT Solution. I'm going to cut it rather and paste here. So this is going to highlight this group of text. I'm going to save, and you see, let's look at it has highlighted this text. So if you want to highlight text, you can do that, by using mark. Alright, so we can do a lot. And another thing I would like to do is if there's an abbreviation, I think there's an abbreviation somewhere here. There's an abbreviation here, so you can use abbreviation as well. So this is an abbreviation to know more about FIT. So I'm going to use abbreviation for this because this is an abbreviation, so that if a mouse if a mouse hovers around this, it's going to show the full meaning of what I have here. So if I go to my web page, and this is the abbreviation right now, nothing is happening. So I'm going to use the abbreviation tag here as a. Okay, so let me do this. So you have A, B, B, R. I'm going to hit the enter for that, and I'm going to give it a title. So right here in the title, this is where you are going to put the full meaning of that particular abbreviation. So I'm going to type Futurist ICT Solutions. Right. Okay, so so I'm going to copy this FICT right here. I'm going to copy FICT. I'm going to cut it rather and paste it here. Okay, so if I save, and now if I move, you can see there's a line here. So if I place my mouse here, it's going to show that this is an abbreviation, and under it you are going to see Futurist ICT Solution, as you can see right there. Now I can also make this a link that if this is clicked, it will take me to Futurist ICT Solution website. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to put my link tag here. So I'm going to type A, and it should be able to come out. I hit my enter key, and I'm going to put the website here. So I'm just going to visit the website, which is Futurist, and copy the URL, and I'm going to paste it right here using Ctrl V. And what I'm going to do now is to move this FICT from here. I'm going to cut it and paste it where I have in between my link, my open and close link tag. Paste it right there. Okay, so if I save, Ctrl S to save. If I save using Ctrl S to save, if I move to this, you can see it's a link already. You can see the color has changed. If I click on this link now, it's going to take me to Futurist website, as you can see. So you can make the browser know that this is an abbreviation, and also you can make the abbreviation, you can turn it to a link that will link to your website. And if you want the website to open in another page or in another tab, you can use target to do that. Okay, so we have another one, which is address. Do we have address here? Okay, so I'm just going to copy address from here. So okay, we are located, so I'm going to copy this, and I will go to under my contact us, and I'm just going to put my address first here under contact us, put it inside a paragraph. Okay, so I'm going to paste my address right there. So what I want to do now is if you are pushing out address, you can use address tag to do that. So I'm just going to put address, hit the enter key, and I can cut. I'm going to cut the close tag for address and paste it under my paste it here. Okay, so paste here. So I'm going to save. I'll just use my tab to set this, Ctrl S to save, and you see that the way the address is displayed is different from the way the rest are displayed. All right, so you can see. So that is how you can use address tag to format your address. Okay, so we have other tag that you can use to format your HTML page. I think I'm going to do about 3 more. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to use the site. Site is another one. Okay, so let's cite a material. Let's say someone wants to learn more about this. So I'm just going to come down here and I'm going to create a paragraph tag here, and within the paragraph I'm going to have that to learn more concept about computing. Okay, so I'm going to cite this material. Okay, before citing that material, I'm going to insert and need an image. Okay, so the image is not here right now, so let me go to Google and download the image. So just go to Google and I'll go to Google Images. So I need Google Images is still loading. Okay, so I'm going to type computer book. I'm going to select from what I have here. So I'm going to select this one. I'm going to download this, save image as. I'll put it inside my website folder, this one right here. I'm going to just put ICT. Okay, so now I'm going to bring it here. There I have my image source, so I'm going to click on my file explorer to be sure that I have it. This is it right here. So I'm going to type ICT. Okay, so I'm going to click and type ICT .jpg. This is it here, and here I can put computer textbook. I'm going to save that. If I scroll down, this is it right here. So I can now cite. Come down here, so I can cite just put that the textbook is from West African Book Publisher Limited. So I'm going to put West Africa Publisher Limited. I'm going to save. Okay, so that's how you use cite in your documents. Let me see. I'm going to remove this. I need I'm going to use BR and save. Okay, so that's how you can cite. I use BR to push it to the other line. Okay, so you can see I just cited a textbook right here. This is a textbook and West African Publisher Limited. So that's how you cite content. You can use it to define title of a work or title of a book or where the book is from. Okay, so now we have a block quotes, we have a bold, and so on and so forth as part of HTML formatting tags. Okay, so before I leave this topic, let me talk about two more tags that you can work with. So you have superscript and you have subscript, just like you have in word processor. So if I have my sub, you hit the enter key, and okay, so to use this, I'm just going to cut this and just create another paragraph here. So inside the paragraph, I'm going to type x2. So the 2 right now is going to be in the sub. So I'm going to put my 2 here. If I save, you're going to see that x subscript 2 is right here. So if I copy this, or if I hit on my Shift Alt and down arrow key, and I change this from sub to sup, that's SUP, change this B to P, if I save this, you're going to have x raised to the power 2. So all of these are HTML formatting tags that you can use to format your document. We've talked about EM, which is for emphasis. We've talked about mark. We've talked about strong. And if you want to, if a set of text is important, you can use strong. But if you just want to bold in a part of your text, let's say I want to bold in this location, you want to apply bold to this location, you can just do that by just using the bold tag. So you have that, and okay, where am I putting this? Let me just undo this. Okay, this located, I want to bold it, so I'm just going to apply that as B, then close the bracket, and I'm going to copy this located. I'm going to cut it and paste it here and save. So if you check, the located is under contact, so you can see located is bold. So the difference between bold and strong is used when you have an important word or an important sentence or group of words that you want to apply bold to. All right, so basically that is the major HTML formatting tags that you have in that are popular in web pages. So in the next lesson, we are going to talk about entities, symbols, emojis, and favicons. So how you can insert entities and symbols, even emojis, in your web page. In this lesson, we are going to look at HTML entities, symbols, emojis, and favicon. How you can insert HTML entities, or if you want to insert symbol in your code, or you want to add emojis to your HTML page. Okay, so now to do that, I'm going to use my footer. For example, I want to add some content in my footer, and I'm going to put this content inside the paragraph. Okay, so I'm going to add entity of less than. So I'll go to Google. Like I said, Google is very important. So I'm going to type HTML entity, HTML entity for less than symbol. Okay, so now I have less than here, right here. So I'm going to copy this, Ctrl C. I will come here and paste. I'm going to paste it 3 times. If I save this, let me check. Alright, as you can see right here. So, and I'm going to now, I will go online and copy entity for copyright, HTML entity for copyright symbol, for copyright. Okay, I'm going to, this is it over here. I'm going to copy this. These entities are accepted by most browsers like Google Chrome, Mozilla, Microsoft Edge, and all the major browsers that we have accept these entities. So I'm going to paste this and type my name. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do greater than. So I know greater than is also, I'm going to do ampersand. Okay, that's not it. And I'm going to do GT. Okay, so I know that is greater than, and I'm going to do GT again 3 times. Okay, now that, do ampersand GT again. So for greater than, if I save this, if I go to my footer, this is what I'm talking about. You can see there's this copyright symbol here. I have my name right here, then and all of that. So that is entity and symbol. So you can actually insert any symbol in your HTML code, any symbol that comes to your mind. Just go online and type HTML entity for that particular symbol, and you are going to you're going to see it. So if you want to use emojis, or emoticons, let's say I want to include emoticons right here. Okay, let me just use this as an example. I'm going to insert some emoticons here. So under brief description of some of our services, I'll go to where the code is. I'll go to my view and click on word wrap so that I can see all of my codes. And I'm just going to do this section right here. So here I'm going to put an emoticons. So I will go to I'm going to put emojis rather. So I will go to Emojipedia. I think that should be the site, emojipedia.com. So if you go to emojipedia.com and you can search for emoji here within this search box, or you can select from these categories Okay, so I'm going to select smileys and people, for example, and I have so many examples. So I can select this. If you click on this and you go down, you see copy and paste this emoji. Click on copy. Once you copy it, go to your code where you want to put it, any part of the code that you want to put it, and just paste using Ctrl V to paste, and it's going to show right there. So I'm going to copy more. So I will go back and try to copy food and drinks. Okay, so, or you can just, let me see if I have anything on computer. So I'm going to search. Okay, desktop, computer, laptop. I'm going to click on laptop and try copy this. So I'm going to paste in front of brief description of our services. I'm going to paste it here, Ctrl V to paste it there. Then I'm going to save. If we go to our web page, you're going to see it, as you can see right here. You can see this is, so that is how you insert emojis in your web page. Okay, now the last part of this lesson is, as in this particular section, so is how to insert favicon. So favicon is just a symbol, like you can see Google here. So you see this this logo attached to this tab name or title or page title. That's an example of favicon. So this is what you have right here. Okay, so going to, if you want to insert your favicon, you insert it under your title within your head section. So I will just click under my title. I'm going to type link. You use link to do that, to insert favicon. I'm going to hit enter. Now when you have this rel, instead of style sheet, so you are going to change it to icons. So I'm just going to type icons. Alright, then the location of your icon, you put it here. So JPEG, you can use JPEG, you can use PNG, you can use popular image format. So I'm going to just use one of the images that I have here as favicon. I'm going to use I'm going to use one of the image that I have in these images here. Okay, or I can just paste in this my image, paste in my folder, my website. So I can paste what I copied, or just go online and just type computer icon. Okay, so I can just make use of any of this. I will just right click. Okay, let me just save image. I will save it as icon, save it in my folder, in my website folder. Don't forget that, it's important. I will click save. Like I said, PNG is good. So go back to my VS Code, and where I have href under my title, so link icons, then I'm going to bring it in here. So I'm just going to type icons. So you have it, icons.png. I'm going to save, and it's supposed to show right here. I'm supposed to have it here. Okay, so that is how you can insert a favicon. All right. So that'll be all for this section, and in the next section, okay, before I leave this section, I would like to talk about details tag in HTML, details tag in HTML. So we can use this details tag to ask question, hide the answer of the question, and so that when a particular icon is clicked, then the answer is revealed. So that is detail tag. So I'm going to come down here before my footer. So I'm going to have my detail tag here before my footer. So I'll go to where I normally take my content from, and there is okay, so let's look at the structure of our details tag. So detail and summary tag goes together. So if I type details and hit the enter key, and I have my summary tag, then within the summary tag, that is where you put the title of the content. That will be where you put the title that will be that people will see on your browser. Okay, so let me go to my content here. I think I have something for that. Okay, so our client review, I'm going to just copy this, our client review, then I'm going to paste it here in the summary. So this is going to be shown. Then the content that will be hidden, I'm going to put it in a paragraph, and I'm going to copy that, which is this content here. I'm just going to copy this and paste here. Okay, so now details tag, this the summary tag, this is what you're going to see. While once you click on the arrow attached to this our client review, is going to reveal the content that is hidden, inside our client review. So let's save and see how it will look like on our web page. Okay, like I said, you see this is our client review. You must have seen this in some website, so that when you click on this icon, it will reveal the content. You can use this for creating quiz as well. So if you click again, it's going to hide the content. You click again, it's going to review the content. Click again, it will hide it. Click again, it will review the content. So that is how to use details tag. In the next lesson, we are going to look at how to insert multimedia in our HTML. Multimedia like audio, video, and so on and so forth. In this lesson, we are going to learn how to insert multimedia elements in HTML. So I'm going to put an HR here, horizontal rule, and I'm going to use paragraph tag. And inside my paragraph tag, to insert video in your HTML page, you need to use the video tag. So you have video, hit the enter key, and you're going to state the source of your video file. So I already have a video in my folder. So if I go to my folder, So the video you want to use, you put it in your folder. As you can see right here, the video is right here in my folder. So if you you can download videos online, free videos online. If you go to pixabay.com, pexus.com, you should be able to download free footages you can use for your website. All right, so now you're going to this SRC here, that's source. So where is the video located? Where is the video located? So the video is located within my folder, and the title of the name of the video is Excel Math. So I'm just going to type Excel Math dot mp4. So the format that is acceptable in for your video format is we have mp4, we have OGG, and some other formats that are accepted by most popular browsers. It's important that you understand formats that are accepted by browser. It's not all formats that are accepted by your browser. Okay, so now you are going to type whatever you're going to type here is going to show if the browser is not supporting multimedia. That's what it's going to show. So here I'm going to put Excel. I put Excel Basic Maths lesson. I'm going to save that. So you have Excel basic math lesson. And another important point is it is important for you to specify the size of your video. So okay, let's save and see what happens. So I'm going to click on save, and if you come down here, you see that this video has taken over. It's already everywhere. It has taken over audio page. So that is why it's important to specify your video size. So I'm going to right here put the size. I'm going to put width to be 420, and I'm going to do height 310. I'm going to save. Let's see. Okay, I think it's looking good like this. So the other thing I want to put, as you can see, that there is no control here, no play, no stop, and all of that. So here I'm going to put controls. I'm going to put controls, and if I save, you see that I now have control. I can play.
Hello guys, to perform basic math function in Microsoft Excel,
and I can stop it as well. So you have some other control and all of that. So if you want your video to play automatically, you can add autoplay as well. So I'm going to put autoplay here. I'm going to save it.
Hello guys,
and automatically it's going to play without pressing this thing. If you want to mute your video as well, you can mute it. Muted, and if you save, it's going to autoplay. I'm not going to hear any sound. You can see. Then you can unmute
select
the audio
number.
All right. So that is how to insert a video in your web page, your HTML document. So to insert video, use the video tag to do that. All right. So to insert audio, you go through similar process to insert audio. So but what you are going to do is you are going to use your audio. Oh, this is in the footer. Oh, this is not supposed to be in the footer. I'm just going to copy this. It's supposed to be before the footer. I'm going to cut it and paste. and paste it before the footer and hit save. Okay, so I want it to be before the footer. I can see that this autoplay, so I'm going to pause it. So audio, just the same way. So to do the audio, I'm going to put it right here. So I'll create a paragraph tag and audio. Hit the enter key. Is going to request for source, and we're going to put so let me see. I don't think there's any audio right here. Okay, so I'm just going to get an audio file, probably music. Okay, so I just paste an audio file here. So Baby by Joe Boy. So I'll go to my VS Code and put the source. So you can download any audio online and just include it in your folder and try to put the location here. So this is my audio right here. As you can see, MP3 is accepted. I told you that your video file, so you have some file type that are not accepted, and I said most browser will accept OGG and MP4 file type. The same thing with the audio. Most browser will accept MP3 and OGG file type. Okay, alright, so now I'm going to put the source of my audio file, which is Baby. So I'm just going to click this, and whatever you are putting here is not going to show unless if the browser is not supporting audio. That's if the browser is not supporting audio file, the content here is going to show. So I'm just going to type Baby by Joe Boy. Right, so if I save, if you observe, nothing happened on our page because it's audio, so it's there but nothing is happening. So for you to see it, I have to put control. So I'm just going to put controls so that control button, you can see after putting control here, I can see it here. So I'm just going to put HR here to demarcate the video from the audio. Just need that line there. So save. Okay, so if I play this now, so you can see that it's playing. Alright, so now if you want it to play automatically, you can also put automatically, you know, where you have after your control. So automatic, autoplay rather. If you put autoplay, it's going to play automatically, so as you can see. So that is how you can insert audio file. So the last part of multimedia is how you can insert YouTube video. You know, some of you have a YouTube channel and you want to insert, maybe you just want to upload your content on YouTube and insert it, you know, or probably there's a content on YouTube by even other people that are free to use and you want to insert it on your website. So what you're going to do is okay, let me put it still before my footer. I'm going to put HR here as well. Give me that horizontal rule. So here you're going to use iframe to do that. So iframe, and the source, you go to YouTube. I'm going to go to youtube.com. I'm just going to select any video. Okay, I'm going to select this, my video, and this is my formulas and function in Microsoft Excel video. So I'm going to copy what I have here. Just right click to copy the URL, and in the source, where you have the source here, just paste. Then after pasting, if I save this might not work, but let's save it and check out. I'm going to, okay, so you can see it's not working. This is not working. Alright, so I know why it's not working, because you have to embed it. You're supposed to embed this video. So what we are going to do is we are going to remove watch. Where you have this watch, you remove it, you highlight it. Where you have watch, question mark, v equal to, remove all of that and type embed. Then you have your slash and save, Ctrl S. Okay, as you can see, it's now enabled. Okay, so if I play this now, it's playing. Okay, so that's how to embed. So you can actually add other functionality to it, just like the way we added to our video. So you can increase the size, you can increase the width and the height. So you can do that. So you can do that here. So if I put width, I can put 420 and put height of 310 and save. So as you can see the effect of that. Right, so frame, we can have it as 1. You save, you see the effect of that. Let me put it at 0. Alright, so that is how you can insert a video. So that is all about HTML multimedia. So in this lesson you've learned how to insert audio file, video file, and also how to insert YouTube video. Alright, thank you for watching so far. And next lesson we'll be looking at how to create HTML table, and we'll look at form, semantic tag, and we conclude this HTML. You are almost there. In this lesson you are going to learn about semantic elements in HTML. To explain this this section, I'm going to create about.html page. About.html. Okay, so I'm going to, this is my about.html. I'm going to type doc to display the HTML structure. And semantic tag, the question is, what are semantic tag, or what is semantic element rather? A semantic element clearly describes its meaning to both the browser and the developer. It gives your web page a structure. You know, when you look at a document, we have the header section of the document, we have the main section of the document, and we have the bottom section, the footer of the document. So a semantic tag, a semantic element, will help give your web page a proper structure. And why do we have to use semantic element? Now, according to W3C, a semantic web allows data to be shared and reused across applications. So in order for your code to be used across application, you need to properly organize your code. Now, let's look at the structure of semantic elements. The first is the header. You have the nav, you have section, you have aside, you have article, and you have footer. Now let's look at header. Header. Now within your body, these semantic elements are actually within your body. So within your body, you have the header section. So you have the header section, and inside the header section, you have some element can be within the header section. Example is your logo or icon. Another thing that can be within the header section is your nav bar. You also have your authorship information. So all of these can be within the header section. Even your title, your heading, your title, H1, H2, H3 can also be within the header section. So let's say, for example, I have my H1 and I have a futurist ICT solutions. Okay, so now other thing you can have here is I'm going to insert a logo. So I'm going to have a img, that's image. I'm going to use computer. I'm going to use icon. I don't know what is there. .png. I'm just going to, in the hot text, I'm going to put logo. Alright, so I'm going to save. And another thing that can be within your header section is your nav bar. Now you can have more than one header element, but the header cannot be in your footer. Your header cannot be in your footer or your address element. So another thing you can have in your header is your nav. So I'm going to put the nav element, and within your nav bar you can have links. So right here I'm going to have link to my home page. So to link to my home page, I'm just going to enter slash, as I explained in the other lesson. So here this is what will be visible. I'm going to click home. So I'm going to save. Don't forget we are in about.html. So I'm going to have another link right here. I'm going to have another link. So but I'm going to leave space. So to actually create space in HTML, you can use an entity. So I'm going to just type in the entity. So you have this NB. So this is it. Or you could go online, as I've explained before, and type HTML entity for space, and you're going to see this. So I'm going to put a demarcation as well. This is on your keyboard. Alright, so now the next thing I'm going to do is to duplicate this link. I'm going to hold on my Shift Alt and down arrow key. Hold Shift Alt, down arrow key, and I'm going to change this to services. I'm going to remove this. I'm just going to put hash here. We do not have a services page yet, so I'm just going to put hash, so it's not going to lead anywhere. And lastly, I'm going to have contact us. Then I'm going to put hash here as well. It's not going to lead anywhere. Alright, so these are the things that can be within your header element. Don't forget, we are looking at semantic elements, how you can organize your web page. So let us check what we have. I'm going to open with Live Server. Reduce this. Okay, so this is what we have. Now the logo is big. I'm going to reduce it. So you can do that. Let me go to my view and word wrap so that I can see all of my code. So right here I can use some attributes here to reduce the size of my logo. So I'm going to come right here and just put width. I'm going to make it 70. Then I'm going to have my height. My height to be 40. And let me see that. So that's too small and it's not looking too nice. Okay, so I'm going to just put the height as 50. Okay, I think that's okay. So now the next part of your semantic tag is your section. We have section and article. So what are the parts that can be in your section? But before I introduce the section, there's another one called main. So all other content will be in the main tag. So I'm going to use the main tag, and so your article, your section, and every other thing will be in the main tag. Alright, so now let's talk about section. Okay, so your section can contain chapters in your page, and contain introduction, can contain news item, can contain contact information. So then also your article basically can contain forum posts, blog posts, user comments, and all of that. But the thing is, you can use article inside section, and you can use section inside article, because within an article you can have section, and within a section you can have an article. Okay, so content like your paragraph can be within a section. It depends on the content that you are working on. Example, I can decide that this my first 2 paragraphs will be in one section. So I'm going to have this. I'm going to copy this. I will go to my code and paste this. Just have a paragraph. Here. Paste. So, and I'm going to do another paragraph, and paste the second paragraph, which is this one, and paste it here. And if I save it, you can see. So this can be a section. Now I can create another section again. And make the images that I have here to be in another section. So I can decide to use an article, for it. So if I create section again, and I can insert my image within that section. I'm going to insert let me see. Okay, I'm going to images slash, I'm going to insert digital marketing. Let me save. So here I'm just going to have okay, I'm going to change this image to graphics. I'm going to save. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to use link, I'm supposed to use image link. Okay, because if I click this now, it's going to show. So I'm supposed to use a img for this. So I'm going to remove this. I'm just going to delete this. So I have my img. Then the source will be images. Sorry about that. And I'm going to use my web development image. I'm going to save it, and I have it. So this can be in a section. So I can decide to use an article. Let's say I'm writing a blog. I can decide to use an article for my blog post, and within my blog post I have different sections within that blog post. So inside this section I can have an article. So I can just use article, and I can just copy something and paste it. So I can just copy this and put this in a paragraph. Copy. Then I can just put it in a paragraph, paste it in a paragraph, and I have it here. Okay, so the semantic element helps to organize your web page. So that is just the main function. And you see, we have some elements that are not non-semantic, like div tag and span, div and span tag. Actually they don't really make much sense when you use it in HTML, except you are going to style them. And that is why in this tutorial we're not talking about divs and tags, and span, div, tag, and span, because they don't really make much sense. Instead, you can use a paragraph tag, where you're supposed to use your div tag. It still make more sense when you use paragraph tag than when you use a mid division or tag or span tag. Alright, so the next element I would like to discuss, to talk about an article element. You can use it to create forum posts, blog posts, user comments, product card, newspaper article, and so on and so forth. And you can use article elements inside section, and you can use section inside article as well. So the other element we want us to talk about is the aside element. So when you're using the aside element, you can use the aside element to create content that directly relate to an article or a section. So, or to create a content that you want to put aside, maybe inside sidebar, a special kind of content, but the content will relate to. So I can have an article here now. I can have an article in my second paragraph. Sorry, I can have sorry about that. I can have an aside element in my second paragraph. Like I said, an aside element is used to create content that you want to put aside, a special kind of content. Now let me use details to create this special content. So I'm going to use details. Like I said in the previous tutorial, that details go with summary. So I'm going to have summary. I'm going to look at my content here. I'm going to, let's say, our client reviews. So I'm going to copy this. This is a special content. So I'm going to put this right here. So this is just going to give me an arrow, so that when I click on the arrow, it shows me the content that I have, inside of the arrow. So I'm going to put my content inside this paragraph. We've discussed the detail tag in the previous tutorial. So I'm going to copy the content. So I'll copy the content. As you can see, this is the title. The title is going to be visible. You have an arrow. Example is if I apply heading to this, as you can see, this arrow, I can use it to collapse the content. So you are going to see this arrow, so that when you click on this arrow, the content under it is going to show. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this and paste it in my paragraph. So I'm going to paste this right here. Let me expand this. So I'm going to click on save. So if I go back to my code, as you can see right here, as you can see here, our client review. So if I click on this, it's going to show the content. So basically, special kind of content, that maybe a content you want to put aside within your web page, you can use the aside element to do that. Alright, so the other element I will also like to talk about is the footer. So the footer is always at the bottom, so we can have our footer element right here. So we're just going to put footer, it, and so the content that you have in your footer are basically authorship information, copyright information. You want to do a copyright information, so you can have a copyright so we're going to get the copyright entity. Okay, so if I go to my index.html, so there's a copyright entity right here, but you can go online to get it. So I'm just going to copy it here. I'll go back to my about.html and put it in front. So this is just copyright, it gives you copyright symbol. I'm going to just put Futurist ICT Solutions. Okay, so I'm going to save. So as you can see, this is copyright Futurist ICT Solution. I can put dates. I can have my let me see, 2022. Just save it. Okay, so before my footer, I can have an HR to demarcate that. Okay, so this is footer. So other information you can include in your footer, you can have your site map, you can have contact information, you can have other information, other links to other pages within the footer section. So we've discussed some semantic elements. We've discussed, we started with the header, then I told you that you can have your logo, your heading, and your navigation link in your header section. Then we move on to the main section, which can capture the whole of your page as well. So we have your section. I said we have section and article. So you can use section inside an article element, and you can use an article element inside the section elements. So then we have aside. So we have aside. I put the aside tag here. Okay, and I didn't even use aside here. So you have aside. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Paste it here outside my details. Right? Yes. I'm going to paste it right here and save it. Okay, so then other semantic element we have is figure and fig caption. We use that with our image when we talked about inserting image. So if I go to where I inserted my image here, so I can actually put that here. Okay, so you can have this is the image that we make use of. So you can have my figure here, and I can copy this. I can cut this, Ctrl X to cut, and move down here. To paste it. And I can have a fig caption. And title this web development. and save. As you can see, this is it right here. Okay, so that's it's also a semantic element. So that will be all for this lesson about semantic tag. I hope you understand what semantic tag is and what semantic tag is not. Semantic tag basically help to give structure to your web page, basically for the browser and developers. The developer want to reuse your code, so they know the different sections of your code instead of just putting everything together. So they know the main part of your page, the header part of your page. So that will be all for this lesson. In this lesson, we are going to learn how to create table in HTML. So we are going to create a table for our price list for Futurist ICT solutions. So we're going to create something like this. Okay, so I'm going to create a table before our footer. So I'm going to hit the enter key, have my HR here. So to create table, we're going to use the table element. So we have table. Okay, so to understand how to create your table, so this part of the table is the caption. So you are going to use a caption tag here. Then this is table head, so that is th. So this is table head. This is also table head. This is table head, and this is table head as well. So let's create that first. So like I said, the first part is our caption. So let's include our caption first. So our caption is Futurist price list. Futurist ICT solutions price list. Okay. If we save this and you scroll down, you're going to see it's not well structured yet, but let's continue. So now that we've gotten our caption, the next is to get our table head. As you can see, to get our table head. Okay, so we're going to type tr table row, and within your table row you have the first table header. So my first one is serial number. Okay, I'm going to hold on Shift Alt down to duplicate. I have the 4 heads there. Okay, so I'm just going to edit the ones that have services, naira and dollars. So here I'm going to have services. And here I have naira, and here I have dollars. Here I'm going to change this to capital letter. Okay, if we save, now, this is our table. Our table is beginning to shape up. Alright, so what I want to do, I'm going to add in front of my table, I'm going to add border. We just type border. I'm going to put 1 and receive. so that it will give it a borderline, as you can see. So I have my borderline here. So what I'm going to do, if you look at my table, I'm through with row 1. This is the first row here. So I have how many rows left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. So I'm going to copy from here. I'm just going to copy. I'm going to copy this row and duplicate it. Shift Alt 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have my 1 here. 1. Here is going to be 2. Here is going to be 3. That's the serial number. Here is going to be 4. R5. Okay, so that will be all. So for my number 1, I have services, Naira, and okay, no, I have web, then business web. Then here we are supposed to have values here. So I'm supposed to have 80,000 here. Then here I will have $200. Okay, so I'm just going to feed this now. Web, business websites, 80,200. So go to my code, and right here I have, okay, right here I have web. Then here I have business web. Then here I have Naira. Then I have one oh, there's a mistake here. This is supposed to be table data. It's supposed to be table data, not table head. It's supposed to be TD. So if you're entering your data, you use table data. So I'm just going to change this to TD here. Entering data, you need cell, you use TD. To enter data in each cell, you use TD. Please take note of that. Alright, so I'm going to hold on my Shift and Alt to duplicate one more line. So in this line, I'm going to put dollar. So I'm going to delete from the rest of the row. I'm going to use this new one to duplicate it. Delete, and this is the correct one that I'm going to use. So I'm going to save, and let's see our data. As you can see, number 1, you have your web, you have business web, and you have Naira, and you have dollar. So let's look at our table and see that our first row has been taken care of. So I'm going to duplicate this now by holding on my Shift, Alt, and down arrow key. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so here I have my number 1. I have number 1 here. So this is going to be my serial number 2. Then I have 3. I have 4. Then I have 5 and 6. Hope this is not confusing. This is very simple. I just duplicated the first row, then I will now fill in the other information. So it depends on the table you are trying to create. So my next rows are the horizontal aspect of your table, while column are the vertical aspect. So my second rule is block size, then I have the same amount. So I have block size, then the third rule is others. So here I have block size. So actually this one I don't have anything there. So well, here I have block size, block website, and the same amount. So I'm going to leave. This is supposed to be 80,000. I'm just going to Control D to replace everything there. So I have 80,000. Then for my $2, I will use Control D as well. So I have 200. Okay, so this is okay. This is the first row. This is first row. Table row. As you can see, table row. This is the first row. Everything is okay. This is the second row. Everything is okay. In the second row, there is no. The second row is free. As you can see, this part is free. We are still going to merge this part together. Alright, so let's move to the third row. So the third row, I'm going to change this as well to 80,000. And the dollar to 200. Okay. Do that for the rest. So here it's also free. I'm going to remove this. Then here I have others. Others. Okay. So under others, I'm not going to put any price there. So I'm going to save and let's see. Okay, so we have others and no price here. Okay, so let's continue. By the time we merge this column or this row. No, by the time we merge this column, you're going to see that this particular one will reset. This 200 is going to move to $100 while everything will be positioned. Let's just continue. Okay, so the fourth row now. I'm working on the fourth row. I'm going to remove this. I'm not use. Now our fourth row. Let's look at our table. We're looking at graphics, the flyer, banner, and book cover. So we have graphics. So here we have graphics. And for this we have a flyer, and here we have, just going to put 5,000, and here I'm going to put $10. I'm going to save that, and you can see right there. So but before we move on, I want to, okay, let me just fill in everything first. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this row, Shift Alt and down arrow key, do that 2 times. Okay, so for my 6th row I have banner and book cover. So here I'm going to remove this. Then here I have my banner. I'm going to put 5,000, then $10. Then the last one, where is it? Okay, here I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to put book cover here. Then I'm going to put 10,000. Then here $20. Just gonna put 20 here. Then I will save this. And let's look at our table now. So what I want to do now is to merge this here so that only web will be under services, and so that this business will also be just like we have in our table. If you check our table, you see that we have services is taking 2 rows. So we are going to deal with that first. Services is taking 2 rows. So I'm supposed to merge this. If you merge this, if I go to my layout and merge, so we are supposed to have something like this where services is taking 2 rows. So now let's do that. If you go back to our code and go to where we have services. Alright, so here is it there. So in front of services, if you look at it, this is supposed to take 2 rows, 2 columns rather. So we are going to use co-span. So I'm going to allow it to span across 2 rows. So I'm just going to put 2 here and save. As you can see, it has taken effect. It's spanning across 2 rows, 1 and 2. So the services, you can see that this one has position. So we have services. Then the next one we are going to do is for the graphics. For the web. So the web is going to take 3 rows, 1, 2, 3. That is row span. Services took this and this, which is column. The vertical aspect of the table is column. The horizontal aspect is row. So web is going to take 1, 2, 3. As you can see in our table, you have 1, 2, 3 rows. So we're going to use row span for the web. So we look at where the web is. The web is right here. So we now put row span and we put 3 to merge 3. As you can see right here, our table is now taking shape. So you have your web here. So your web is taking care of 3 rows like so. So the next thing we are working on is our graphics. So we look for where our graphics is, and we also make our graphics to also span 3 rows. So we have our graphics here. So we have row span, and we also put 3. If you save, you have it right here. So you see. So this one, what is this one doing here? This is an extra. We are supposed to I'm going to delete this. So let's locate this one here. Where is it? That's after orders. After orders. Okay, you have orders here. So this particular one, this is extra. So I'm just going to remove this. Delete this and save. Okay, so we have our table now taking shape right here. Okay, so you have your flyer, you have these, you have this and all of that. This dollar here is not supposed to be here. Is there anything wrong with this one? Okay, this is another duplicates that we are going to remove. So under flyer, okay, under flyer, this one here is not supposed to be here. So we're going to remove this. So if you are duplicating, you need to be very careful so that you won't over duplicate. Okay, so our table is making sense now. So as you can see, so the last part of our table is the footer section. So we are just going to have our table row. Okay, so we go down and here, so we have our table row, and we have our TD, and this time around we just put expanding possibilities. Expanding possibilities. If you check our table, you can see expanding possibilities. Okay, so let's save and see what we have. So you can see we want it to take the whole of this row. So what we are going to do is we are going to put row span So it's going to span across how many? We're going to use column span. So it's going to span across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 column span. So we have column here instead of row. So you have code, then you have 5. You save, as you can see. So it clears up the whole column, and now you have exactly like your table. You have your title, feature list, solution list. If you check, that's feature list. Then you have your serial number, services. You have your Naira. You have expanding possibilities. So that's how you create table in HTML. So the last thing I want to discuss is how to use you can also apply semantic tag in your table. So in the table we have table header. So you can have table header. So we have you have T head. I'm going to copy this, cut this, and put it somewhere below the caption. So I'm going to put it here. And that's the head section of your table. Then we have T body. So if I come down here and I do T body, that's table body, I'm going to cut this and place it under the last row before the last information. So I'm going to put it right here. So that will be the body of your table. Then you now have T footer. So that will be the last section. So this is T footer or T foot. So I'm going to cut this and place it right here. Okay, so you just use a semantic tag in your table. So you can see your table is divided into 3 sections. The head section, you have the body section that contain the row elements, and you have the body. Okay, the T head. Sorry, the T head is supposed to capture. The T head is supposed to capture this table header as well. So your T head is going to come here. It's going to come here. It's going to come right here. Okay, so I'm going to move this T body down the T head. Okay. I'm going to save. So if you look at your table, so this section here is the T head, is the table head. Your title, you can have a paragraph before this, is the T head. This section here is the body, the T body. Why this section here, this section you can see right here, is the T foot. So that's the footer. So that is how to give a structure to your table. That is semantic tag. Alright, thank you for listening. That will be the end of how to create table in HTML. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to create form in HTML. Okay, so to do this, I'm going to create contact.html. Okay, so I'm going to select it and just shift 1 to get exclamation mark. Oh, sorry, I have to click here. So you can use this to get to HTML structure as well. Alright, so to create form, you use form elements. Okay, now you have action. This is where your form is supposed to go. So, but I'm going to, some people will put hash that the form is not going to submit anywhere. So this is HTML tutorial. We're not going to be talking about setting up a database, but we are going to use a website that we can submit our form and check our feedback. So I'm going to type HTTPS. I'm going to use http://bin.org/get. So this get is a method that I'll be using. We're still going to discuss this later. So I have method is get. So we have get and we have post method. If you are sending personal information through the internet, or an information that is not that you don't want people to see, you use post. If you use get, it's going to display all of your form information in the URL, the browser. Okay, so I'm going to bring down this, and to create our form, there are two things that you can use to create your form, or your form must contain two things. All the sections of your form must contain two things: label and input. We have different types of input element. We have text. We have different types of input type. So we have button, checkbox, text, number, email, submit, tell, and so on and so forth. We are going to be looking at very few. So okay, the next thing we're going to do now is going to label is just going to tell people what they are supposed to type within the box, in your form. So like I said, two things are needed in your form: label and input. So I'm going to have my label. So you have label. So here you have 4. So I'm going to place first name first. So I'm going to have F name here. So whatever you put here is going to be visible. So here I'm going to put first name. First name, put column there. So like I said, the next is input. So I'm going to have my input. Then I have column txt to get all of these attributes. So if you put input column txt, you're going to have access to all of these attributes. Now, as you can see, the type is text. So name, I'm just going to give it first name as well. Then my ID. Now the ID must be the same as 4. So whatever you are using in this 4, that's what we also use in ID. This is very important. Alright, so and I'm going to save, and let's see what our form looks like. I'm going to minimize this. Okay, so as you can see, this our form. Now you have an attribute. I'm going to click on view and word wrap. So there are attributes that you can add to your input. So you can add placeholder, for example, and you can have in your placeholder like enter your first name, save that, you're going to see it, enter your first name. So that is placeholder. Then you also have autocomplete as an attribute. So you have autocomplete. You can set it to be on. Okay. Then also you have other attributes like autofocus. we have autofocus. If you save this, you're going to so you have another attribute. Then require is also an attribute. So you have required, so it means that this field is required. Okay, so if we copy this, I'm going to copy from this label to my input. I'm going to copy, Control copy, and just press Shift Alt and down arrow key. I'm going to do another one. Okay, so here, this is my first one. Right. Okay, so this is, I'll just put it in paragraph. I'll put it in paragraph. So this is the first one from here to this point. I'm going to delete the rest. I'm just going to delete the rest first. I'm going to put it in paragraph. There's a reason why I'm putting it in paragraph, so that there will be proper separation. So here I'm going to have my paragraph. Let me enlarge this. Okay, so I have my paragraph here. Cut this, paste here. Okay. Okay, so this is my first form. So I'm going to copy the whole of this. Copy, come down here, paste. That's the second. And here I'm going to have my surname. I'm going to change that. So here I have my last name rather. So I'm going to change this to head. Okay, so here I'll change it to last name. And here, don't forget your ID and 4 must be the same. So I'm going to change this to head. And the placeholder, enter your last name. You can just copy and edit this. So it's not something that is difficult to do. So enter your last name. So I'm just going to remove first and replace it with last name. Alright, so okay, autofocus, you can only have one autofocus in your form. So I'm going to save, and let me reduce this. So I have my last name here, as you can see. Right, so let's move on to the third line. I'm going to copy this and paste it. So what else do we normally have in the form? So here we have our password. So I'm going to, I'm just going to change it to password. And here I have password. Okay. Then the type now is going to be password. It's not going to be text. So I have password. Please note, as you can see that for your first name and your last name, they are text. The input type is text. But the input type this time around, what you are going to be putting inside the box this time around is password. It's very important. So it is a type of input. Password, like I said, we have different types of input. We have password, we have text, we have date, we have color, we have checkbox, we have button, we have radio, we have all kinds of inputs, search input and all of that. So now the name, I'm going to use password. You can use, I'm going to use password for this. And the ID, don't forget, it must be the same with the one you have in your file. So I'm going to put password as well. Okay, the placeholder, enter your secret code. Enter your secret code. You can put anything. Secret code. Okay. Now I want you to know that there's nothing like autocomplete in password. Password will never autocomplete. No. So remove this. Remove this. So you can leave required. A password is required. So I'm going to save this. Let's go to our form and check. Okay. So here you have first name, you have our password, and all of that. So our form is beginning to have a proper shape. Alright, so now the next we're going to do is let's do telephone, and I'm going to copy this last paragraph. I'm going to paste. So here I'm going to put phone here, phone, then here I'm going to put phone, and type we are going to use tel. Tel is a type of input, so we use tel here. Name, I'm going to put phone, and I'm going to put phone here as well. Phone, then enter your phone number. Placeholder, I'm just going to type 234, then I have star for you to enter your phone number, and it's going to be required. It's going to be a required field. Save. Okay, as you can see, this is our phone number. It's right here. Alright, so the next type of input that I want us to look at is the number. So I'm going to create a paragraph for this, and also I have my label, and I'm going to put I'm going to select favorite year. Just going to put favorite. I'm not going to put year. Okay, so, and I'm going to put favorite year. Right. So I have a input. Like I said, put colon, then you type TX. Okay, you can select it, and under this type you are going to have number as an input type. Okay, so name you can just put year, and here you can put year as well. Okay, so the other attribute that you can use for this one is the minimum year that should be in there. So the minimum year I'm going to put 90. Then you have the maximum year. Maximum year should be 2022. Okay. Then how many steps? So another step. So just one. So what this means is from 90 is going to move just 1 year. That is 1991, move 1 year. If you put 5, it's going to be jumping 5 years. If you put 10, it's going to be jumping a decade. So that's why we are putting 1 right there. Okay. So another thing you can put, if you want a year to display in the year box, so I can put value that will be display. I can put, okay, just display 1990. So I'm going to save this, and let's see what it looks like. So you can see this is it. So if I click here, you see 1991, 1992, 1993. You can to 2022. If I put 5 here, for example, if I put 10 here, and I save, From 1990 is going to jump to, see, 2000, 2010, 2020, and that will be all. So that's why I use 1 here. Okay. And any value that you want it to show, that's the value you put here. So if I put 1998 here and I save, you know, see 1998 here. So you can now start, you know, selecting anyone that that you want. Okay. So now another section of our form is if you want to create a group, maybe you want to create a group of something. Let's say you want to have, let me have a paragraph. I'm going to do paragraph here like this, and I'm going to give it a label, and I'm going to just, let's say, a group of goose for my, I'm going to put goose. Alright, so here I'm going to have a favorite gadgets. So I have a favorite gadgets. Okay, so here I'm just going to put gadget instead. Okay, so that's your label. Then what you're going to use now, instead of input, you're going to use select. So we have select, and you can give it name. I'm going to give it gadget, and the ID, don't forget, it must be the same with your 4 there. So you have gadget, and I'm going to bring down this. So within your select, you now have options. So I'm going to have my first option. So you're going to put the value of the option. Now talking about favorite gadget, so I'm going to put Dell laptop. You can have the same thing. I'm going to put Dell. Okay, so I'm going to put laptop here rather, the value. So I have my laptop. Okay, so here I'm going to have Dell. And I'm going to duplicate this, Shift Alt, down arrow. So I'm just going to have a HP here. HP, then here I'm going to have this. Okay, so I'm going to save this. Then I can have more options. I have a Shift Alt, down arrow, 3 again. So here I'm going to have accessories. And I'm going to have Ctrl D here. So here I'm going to have accessories. Okay, and here I have accessories. So here under my accessory, the first one I'm going to have a laptop screen. Here I'm going to have laptop battery, and here I'm going to have laptop charger. Okay, So favorite gadgets, if I click, you see all of these gadgets here. So that's how to create this type of form. So if you want to have favorite gadget, you can select. If I select this, as you can see, Acer laptop. If I select this, you can see laptop battery. If I select this, you see laptop charger. Now you can also group this. You can group this, like if you notice Dell, HP, Acer, they are all laptop. Then you have screen, battery, charger, they are accessories. So how can you do that? You can do that using opt group. So that's what the next thing we're going to do now. So if I go back to my code, so I'm going to group this. Alright, so I'll come down right here and just put my option group. So I'm going to have this here. Cut that, and below my last laptop, I'm going to paste it. So I'm going to label this. I have a label it. I'm going to label it laptop. Okay, then I'm going to do the same for this one. I'm going to have my then I'm going to cut this and put it down here. I'm going to label this. I'm going to label it accessories. If I save, go back to this. If I click, you can see you have laptop group. So everything here is laptop group. You'll be able to click it. Then you have accessories, and everything here is accessories. Alright. So that's how you can create this particular form. Alright. So the next type of form that I want us to look at is how to create a radio type of form, how to create radio button type of form. So we're also going to look at how to create a checkbox type of form. Okay, so I'm going to put okay, before I continue, let me just use a field set here. So you can use field sets to organize your form properly. So I'm going to have field set at the beginning of my form. Where is it? Okay, so I'm going to have field set. Field set. I'm going to copy this. Just want to make sure that this is a section of my form so that everything will not be together. So I'm going to paste it right here, or below the paragraph rather. So I'm going to save. So you can see. So I want this particular form to be together. So another thing you can do is I'm going to put my legend. So legend is like a caption. It's like caption. So I'm going to do that and put it here. So I have legend, just like caption. Then I'm going to give my table a name, personal info. Right, I just keep on saying table. Give my form a name rather. So personal info. Alright, so I'm going to save, and here you go. So you can see this is personal info. So this is looking it's looking well. Alright, so the next input that we want to look at is the radio button input. So I'm going to come down here. After my field set, I'm going to create another field set because I want it to be in that field set. So I'm going to come down, I have my legend, and I'm going to give it favorite food. So let's talk about food this time around. Favorite food. Okay, so I'm going to save, as you can see. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is to bring in my input. So I'm going to do input the same way. Put your column, then you have your txt, hit the enter key, and the type that we are going to look at is the radio. So we are looking at a radio type of input. So the radio type of input will allow you to select only one option. Okay, so I'm just going to, as usual, I'm going to put, we're looking at food, so I'm going to put food, and here I'll put food as well. Alright, so the next thing we are going to look at is the label. So we have label. So the label can come before or after, anyway. So don't forget that this should be food as well because the ID is food. So here I'm going to put rice. I'm going to put rice. Okay, you can see this is rice. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy from input and to label and just paste. Okay, so I have what I have here. I'm going to change the rice here to beans. And I'm going to change rice here to, I'm going to yam. These are strange food, but these are the food we eat here in Nigeria. Right. So what I want to do is to put each of these sections in paragraph, in a paragraph tag. I forgot to do that. So let me quickly just do it. So you have paragraph tag. The first one, because I want it in a block form. I want it in a block form. Now it's straight. I want it in a block form. So here I'm going to drop it to close paragraph here. Then I'll do the same with this one. Put it in paragraph. You see why I'm always putting them in paragraph. So I'm going to drop it here. You save, goes down, and I'm going to do it for the other one too. Cut and paste. Okay, so you can select only one because this is radio button, so you can select only one. So the next one we're going to look at will allow you to select multiple options. So I'm going to come down here, create another field set, and this time around I'm going to look at favorite countries in Africa. So I have my legend, so I have favorite country. Favorite countries in Africa. Okay. I'm going to come down here. Alright, so I'm going to, I won't forget my paragraph this time around, put everything inside paragraph. So the input type I'm going to use is checkbox. So I have my input, so I have semicolon, and I have a txt enter. So here I'm going to change it from text to checkbox. So here my name, I'm just going to put country. For the ID, I'm putting country as well. Alright, so the next is to get my label. So I'm going to have my label. Okay, don't forget your for and your ID must be the same, so I'm going to put country, and the label I'm going to type Nigeria. I'm going to save that to see. So I'm going to copy from this paragraph and just hold on my Shift Alt down. I'm going to do 3. So the second country is going to be, let me just do this in full. So the second country I'm going to type Ghana, and the third country is going to be Gambia. Okay, I'm going to save. So right here you can select more than one. So this is checkbox. More than one can be selected. Right. So that is checkbox. So the last one I want to talk about now is text area. So here I'm going to come down here. I'm still going to use my field set. So I'm going to have legend. So I'm going to say message us for the legend, and right here I'm going to type my label. So I'm going to have a message in this, and I'm going to type your message. Tell us your message. Okay, so that'll be my label. So you must have come across a box that will allow you to type lengthy text. Okay, so if you want to do that, use a text area. So I'm just going to leave space here using my line break tag. So I have my text area. So I'm going to maximize. So a text area, you have a message. I'm going to put a name rather. So I'm going to put message, and ID, don't forget, must be the same as this one. So put message again. I'm going to leave the column and the row, and so in the text, in between the text area, you can just you can leave it blank. So, but there are other attributes you can use. So you can just use placeholder, for example, and just type your message here. Type your message here. And if I save this, If you go, you can see, type your message here, that's the placeholder. This space is too close. I'm going to, I use line break. Why is it not showing? Okay, so anyways, I'm going to leave it like that. So you type your message here, this message here, as you can see right here. So we now want to put submit button down here. We're going to put submit button. So I'm going to have my line break, then type button. There's an input type that will also allow you to create button, but the problem with that is you can only type text. So that is why it's advisable for you to use button for button. Okay, so here you have a button type. So you have submit button. As you can see, you have different types of button. So submit button, and I'm going to put submit here. So you can put submit form, or I'm going to put submit. So I'm going to click another button for reset. Shift Alt down arrow. So I have button type reset. Okay, so I'm going to type reset here. Okay, so after typing reset, if I save and go back, so you can see I have submit and I have reset. So if I click on submit, it's going to ask me to fill in all of this information because they are compulsory. So I'm just going to enter my first name. I'm going to enter password. I'm going to enter 1, 2, 3. Just here I will enter okay. The favorite here, I'm just going to pick one. Okay, then favorite food, favorite country, a message. Thanks for watching my tutorial. Okay, so if I hit submit, never. As you can see, we use HTTP bin in our form. If you look at the beginning of the form, you're going to see that we use HTTP bin. We want the form, the action. We want the form to be submitted to this website and to use get method. So if I reduce that, so you see that the country, yes, on the country, then these are arguments, then you have first name, you have food, you have a gadget, you have all other information, you have password. But if you come down here and you check URL, this is URL, you have all of my information shown. You can see password is here, you can see all of that. So because I use get, if you use get, it's going to show all your information in your URL. So if I maximize this, you see that you have your password, all your information in the URL right here. So that's why it's advisable if you are using, if you are filling for personal information and all of that, you don't have to use get, you can use a post. So let's see an example of that. So if I maximize and I come down here, if I duplicate what I have here, and here I have, let me do submit button, submit, and here I'm just going to put post, and I'm going to use some form article. Okay, some form attribute, rather, not article, attribute. So the first one I'm going to use is form action, like we have at the beginning. So we'll have form action. So now the form action, I'm going to type in the website again. So I have a https colon / http://bin.org, okay, slash, this time around I'm going to use post, okay. Then I'm going to use form method is going to be post, okay. So I'm going to save this and go to my form and use this post and see if it will show all my information in the URL. The explanation is, if you use get is going to show your password, all your details in the URL. But if you use post, it's not going to show your information. So let me fill this again. Okay, password 1, 2, 3. Okay. Just type something. Just type I'm good. And let me now post this. Let me click on post to submit. Alright, that'll be the end of our HTML tutorial. It seems the website is not accessible. If not, you would have seen how post function. You will discover that in the database, post is not going to display your password or the content of your form. Alright, so that will be all for my HTML complete tutorial for beginners. If you enjoyed this tutorial, subscribe to my channel and watch out for more tutorial on computing technology. Thank you.